What's up? Metagross, how Milo, Escape. Welcome in, Letapega. Thank you, Oro, Zelda Fox, Tom, and Master Gui. Hey, what up, Druid? Girl window. Yeah, doing pretty alright. I should probably have this up. Okay, but I need to figure out what I'm gonna do about durability. I need to sell 600 fairies, apparently. Which means I need... Honestly, I might... The play might just be to swap out my shield. Right? Because, like... I'm pretty sure I'm gonna use... at least 3 durability. Well, at least 4, right? One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna have to swap out the shield. But I guess we'll see. Well, no, I'm gonna swap out the shield, regardless. Oops. But, yeah, as you guys can probably tell, this is Breath of the Wild. And it's all dungeons still, because... Yeah, essentially, I want to... I want to de-rest this category a bit, so that I'll be able to do a Breath of the Kingdom all dungeons run, which is, you know, all dungeons of both games back to back in under 4 hours. Because that was, like, pretty much not feasible. Before. But with the recent, you know, optimization of Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons, it's very much doable. I just need to get, like, a pretty decent all dungeons run in Breath of the Wild, and then also a pretty good one in Tears of the Kingdom. But I should be able to, like, have a couple minutes here and there for wiggle room, so it should be fine. Yo, it's up X3. Yo, Omko, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you, Nerd. What up, Zafe? You have a glitch on Breath of the Wild where every time you get a spirit orb, it then resets back down to 1. Any idea of how to fix it? I don't know. It resets back to 1. Did you do, like, IST or something? Mess with your inventory at all? I don't know if I've heard of that. Huge. We can still hit Gamer and Bum. It actually hasn't been that long since I did an all dungeons run of this game, in that the Rejects and Friends marathon that I'm comparing to the time I got in that run is from right before Evo, so I guess it's like 3 weeks ago maybe. I had like 14 spirit orbs and then went to the statue and it told you I had none. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like you did IST. And so now you have multiple stacks of spirit orbs, but one of the stacks only has like one spirit orb in it. And so the game is trying to pull from the one stack instead of the stack that you're actually getting spirit orbs added to.
Ooh.
And so it makes it so that you can't spend the spirit orbs. Did the rupee glitch with the royal guard stuff? That's it on the save. Yeah, then it shouldn't. That shouldn't be a problem. I don't know. Resets back down to what? I'm not sure if I've ever seen that or heard of that. You do have 2 stacks. Okay. Is it possible to put it back to 1? I feel like the way to do it would be with... So I know you can use like prompt entanglement, I think, to fix that, in that you can get rid of one of the stacks. I don't know if that's like the only way to go. Ow. Essentially, prompt entanglement is a glitch where you kind of desync your cursor to allow you to like what is it? Essentially interact with different items as if they were, or like interact with an item in your menu as if it was a different item. So, for instance, you can eat the Sheikah Slate if you make it act like it's a piece of food, right? If you desync your cursor in just the right way, you'll be able to eat the Sheikah Slate. So, what I'm thinking is you could fix it by, like, using that glitch. To get rid of the extra stack of spirit orbs. And then, like, ultimately, you can always fix the, like, number of hearts and stamina that you have with essence tubing. So, it's definitely in a, like, savable state of sorts, but you'd have to, like, I think, figure that out a little bit. Oh, thank you, Red Nugget. Yo, Brentus, thank you for the 29 months. This is Breath of the Wild all dungeons. That's right. But yeah, basically, it is possible for sure. I'm not exactly sure what the best way to do it is. You could also, I think, just ask in the speedrunning Discord. To get a little bit more guidance, because I know there's a bunch of people there. If you ask in, like, I don't know, glitch help, maybe could be. Because yeah, there might be something I'm not thinking of that could also fix your problem. Okay, sure. It's kind of weird doing doing BLSS again. Oh, dude, I thought I had it. Oh, come on. Bit of a rude. But welcome back. That'll be fine. Yo, what's up, Andre? Also, yeah, Brentus. I have been working on what, Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons, and so I got a pretty solid run recently. It took like a month to get that run. Partially, like, I had started learning, and then I got distracted by bingo, and then I quit bingo. I went back to all dungeons, and then I went to Evo, and then I came back. But yeah, I don't know. It did take a while. One of these just so I don't die. I don't think it matters. I have enough backup food, but I'm also a little bit wary. Imagine if you did a Tears of the Wild 80 run. It would honestly be a lot easier, I think. Hey, thank you, Lathina. Because all dungeons in Tears of the... or really just the start of the Tears of the Kingdom runs is a lot harder to do consistently. So yeah, if I did it in the reverse order, then it would probably be easier to get like a good run going. The problem is that the way the timing rules work out, it's more optimal to do Breath of the Wild first. And ultimately it doesn't matter because you can just... Sure. You can just do RTA time. Or no, non-RTA time. Load remove time. And if you only care about load remove time, then yeah, it wouldn't make a difference. But yeah, essentially with Breath of the Wild, the speedrun starts on gaining control of Link. which isn't a thing in Tears of the Kingdom speedruns. So if you did it in the reverse order, you would get hit with like an extra minute added to your time. All right, you. Yeah, this is an OG Switch, and I also didn't swap to system memory because I guess I could. But the thing is, right now, I lent my OLED to a friend, and I only have one. I also like updated my Breath of the Wild on my my casual Switch one. So I actually don't have two different consoles that could optimally run the games I'm trying to. Okay, so I have that. I guess I could eat that. Yeah, it's a Mrs. Poutine. Hello, Petite. Hey, thank you, Pierre. Do I have a Wii U? I do. But yeah, it's like I just don't have two different consoles that could optimally run the game. At the moment. Where normally I would. It shouldn't matter though. I think this is how I do it. So I was actually looking, I'm doing a different IST setup here than I would normally do. And the reason for that is I need to figure out what's going wrong with Homebrew. Or like, essentially I was having trouble installing the DLC again using DBI, and I need to figure that out, but I've just been too lazy. So instead of getting the Ruby and doing the like normal setup, I've just been doing a weird different setup. And this time around, I'm choosing to actually fully commit to this is the old setup. One, two. Oh, I have a Night Apprentice. Do that, and then one of these. Yo, parallelograms, thank you for the raid. How is the stream? How are the runs? I want this. And then I want this. Like that. Hit the super. It actually might be bad if I miss that super, given the amount of health I have. So I don't think this matters, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But yeah, essentially right now I'm doing a different IST setup. So hopefully I do it right, but there's a chance I don't. I actually went back and looked at one of my old runs to see, like, what items did I grab, where did I grab them. And the run I looked at was a 1:30:56. Which now the world record is... Yeah, it's currently at 1:24:44. So times have changed. Had one that was okay, could have PB'd, but you lost your pocket rocket like 50 minutes in. Ah, rip. Yeah, classic. GG's though. Yo, Photic Sneezer, thank you for the 31 months. Okay, so right here, we drop you, pick you up. And then I believe we should be good. Save. That is... That is not the button.
Hi.
There we go. Oops. Okay, so drop, unequip, save. No, not save. All right. I believe that was supposed to be a reload. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't think that would be a reload even on the old setup. Or the new setup. On the actual optimal setup. But I simply forgot. Yeah, it's up orange. Yeah, it's a blinky. No, it's been a bit. Not like that long. I think it's really... just that normally I use muscle memory for that. And like I could do the other setup for IST for sure, but because I'm changing it and I know that I'm changing it, I'm like thinking, I'm overthinking it, I guess. Something like that. Oh my goodness. Oops. So there's no way to roll back to proper Breath of the Wild version now without a modded switch. Well, technically... Okay, there is. It's just more annoying than before. So, if you wanted to do it without, like, homebrew, then you could buy a physical copy of the game, and if you buy a physical copy that was produced from 2019 onward, it's very likely going to have a version 1.6 like on it already installed. So if you can factory reset your Switch, play off of a physical cartridge that has version 1.6, then you're playing on the right version of the game to have BLSS and all of the updates that reduce loading times. The the kind of one downside of that is that oh, I mean you could turn off auto updates, right? Which you should be doing anyway. When you factory reset your Switch, you need to then immediately go and turn off auto updates. But yeah, the one downside is that you're playing off of a physical cartridge, and physical has lower load times. But that's not going to matter for like 99% of people, I would say, in that like the load times are going to be worse, but unless you're going for like world record, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. The other thing you could do is try to version match with, well, okay, even then, I don't think you can get a digital. But yeah, essentially, you could try and version match with somebody else who has the right version. Again, factory reset your Switch. Play off physical, and then, yeah, match versions with somebody who has 1.0 or 1.6. But that requires you to be, like, physically in the same location as somebody who has the version you want. So I would say that, like, if you really want 1.6, then yeah, doing the factory reset playoff 1.6 cartridge is the way to go. You can also get a 1.7 cartridge if you buy the Switch 2 edition physical cartridge that they're selling, because it comes with 1.7, which is the like Switch 2 edition like update. But if you play it on a Switch 1, it gives you version 1.7, which doesn't have any of the update stuff. Like 1.7 is a reskin, a rename, I guess, of 1.6. Like I think Piston went and looked, and the only change that they made was the name of the or the name of the update. Everything else is identical, so you're still gonna have BLSS working and all that. So yeah, it's like you can still get it. It's just gonna be more annoying. And then yeah, if you have homebrew, then obviously everything becomes a lot easier, a lot more accessible, but requires you to have a homebrewed Switch, which is already a hurdle for sure. But yeah, what's up, ADN? Version match only goes upwards. Yeah. So what I'm saying is you factory reset your Switch, have physical 1.0, and then version match with somebody. Which is why you can still only get physical 1.6. But technically, you wouldn't have to, rebuy the game. If you did it that way. It's just like less likely that you have access to that. Yo, what up, Smeej? Thank you. I thought it was amusing. Honestly, at this point, the thumbnails that I come up with, I think it's more to amuse myself. Like that might be my favorite part of the whole creative process is just coming up with some dumb thumbnail that I think is funny. But yeah, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Breath of the Wild. Why play old game when new game out? So true. No Man, when are they coming out with League 2?
Ooh.
I do. Dude, that was cooked.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, we might go back there next year. Although I don't know what the actual like discount ended up being. That the guy offered. Crazy. A haunted. Yeah, that's like 2 for 2. Of the last Airbnbs we've stayed at have been haunted. Does 1.6 load faster than 1.0? Yeah. Yeah, it does. So, I believe one of the last updates to Breath of the Wild made it so that the Switch can overclock on loading screens. And so, yeah, initially people actually thought that, or rather, they didn't just think. I believe the Wii U was the faster way to run the game. Because the load times on Switch were just not, they weren't good. And it took an update to make the Switch faster. To make the load times much better. So yeah, you can play on like 1.0 if you want. Which I guess that's another option. That you'll have access to like most glitches. Some things might be a little bit different. I'm not really sure. I know some things like BTBs might be different. But yeah. You could play on 1.0. It would just be, yeah, a little bit slower. Yo, what's up, Jacob? What do you think about the French runner Arna? I think he's a good speedrunner. I don't know what you're expecting from that question. Why can't you skip the Great Plateau for categories like any percent? Wait, what do you mean? Well, so essentially, before you complete the Great Plateau, there's like this big barrier surrounding plateau that will void you out if you try and leave early. And the only way to like get around that is to have the paraglider. So it's actually a very strict check. Like, all of these years later, we still don't have a way to, like, to really bypass it. There's a theoretical plateau skip, but it's very theoretical. Like, we're talking, you have a higher chance of winning the lottery than having this actually happen. Because it requires a lot of random chance. I think it was like having values in memory randomly be set up in just the right way to cause some sort of, like, I don't know, credits warp or setting a certain flag, etc. So yeah, essentially, it's not actually possible. Let's see, Pikmin thing. Felt like you were going insane when people mentioned inviting people to mushrooms because you couldn't understand how to do it. I ended up taking over your kid's Pikmin. You turned it off for your, or wait, it's turned off your kid's account. Oh, honestly, that's probably a good thing. That makes sense, right? Because the whole, like, inviting people to mushrooms. So the one big thing, I guess, the big disclaimer about, like, Pikmin Bloom, it's the same thing for, like, Pokemon Go, I believe, but you are, you know, giving other people your location if you're inviting them to a mushroom that you're participating in. So you have to be very careful about, you know, who you invite and all that. So yeah, definitely that's a good thing that they have disabled it for children. Yo, what's up, see the key? So if you get it, you should buy a lottery ticket. Well, it depends. Because, like, I mean, well, you've used up all your luck, right? So actually, no, you shouldn't. But who knows? Maybe getting the plateau skip will bring you so much fame and fortune that you won't need to win the lottery anymore. Okay, 1313. Actually, what is PB? I have a 12 something. But, you know, this is... Yeah, this is not on the fastest. Like, settings, I guess. Right, I'm playing off of my SD card. Oh yeah, I was in the middle of this, but essentially the reason I didn't swap to system memory for today is because I don't think I'll be having both the games on system memory when I do the BotK run, because I don't have my OLED right now. Otherwise, I would just run Breath of the Wild on the OLED. and then Tears of the Kingdom on the homebrewed Cisnan Switch. But the Switch doesn't have enough memory to have both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild downloaded at the same time on system memory. So I can't have my homebrewed Switch be optimal for both games. And I don't have access to another Switch that can play Breath of the Wild optimally. So for now, you know, it's fine. It doesn't make that big of a difference. So it should still be totally okay. Yeah. But yeah, what's up, Mr. Korok? The D-Rest is... I mean, we'll see. This is the first, or I guess second attempt. The first one I messed up IST. But it's because I'm using a different IST setup. That's not good. Can I save and then reload? And then have it put me at the top of that thing? Just played OOT for the first time. Nice. It is a pretty good game. Okay, good. So that could have been way worse. I mean, obviously not ideal, but... yeah, it's like the biggest mistake I can possibly make is dropping a slide on one of these long DLSSs. Other than, I guess, IST. How many switches do I have? Quite a few. I mean, it is my, like, job to play Breath of the Wild very fast. So, yeah. That's why I have all of them. Yeah, what's up, Cosney? What's the grounds for a reset? It kind of depends. Okay, yeah, so this part's a little bit weird because I'm not really sure if these are the most optimal. They're definitely pretty good, but is it the most optimal set of throwaway items? Feels like maybe not. Yo, what's up, Hydro? Thank you for the 1-year resub. Appreciate that. Dang. Oh, snap. This is like... that was way too far left. But yeah, I don't know. It's like, kind of, if you feel like resetting, then you reset. Or if you make a mistake that
Quello è uno dei colossi sacri
loses
che
too much
Ganon ci portò
time,
via
like you
100
won't be
anni
able to
fa.
PB after that point, then you can choose to reset. But another thing is like, you know, continuing runs that can't PB is still sometimes a good idea in case you want more practice. So it really is up to you when you choose to reset.
Oh. Oh. Mm.
It's a Poisol. Okay, a minute 11. Okay, so I think the way it works with what I'm picking up I want the Enduric here.
Hi.
Yeah, the way it
Hi.
works out, I essentially am fine as long as I can skip the third fairy if I don't take any damage. Like I don't use any extra food on plateau, but if I do, then I need to grab the third fairy. Okay, 600 fairies here. And that's just like the way it works out based on how much health I have. This is a really long... scroll. I don't know, maybe I should try and put 4 people more out. Maybe I need to fix that. It's not like I don't have the DLC. Oops. It's just like... I was having trouble installing it with DBI. I was just getting an error every time. So... I never bothered because, like, it didn't matter. And even now it doesn't matter. It's just... people are calling me poor.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Clad? Oops. Yeah, no Ruby. Noman, I was watching your tutorial earlier.
Uh-huh. Oh.
It's pretty good.
Oh. Hmm?
And you just love Breath of the Wild. It is pretty good.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what's up, Brian?
Oh. Uh-huh.
Look, that's just speedrunning.
Conto su di te. Ci ha presi di mira. Bene, così mi piace.
Also, wait, Noman. If you remember,
Cosa che si fa? Questo è l'ultimo. Perfetto.
would it matter? I'm assuming, because you didn't specify which weapon had to be equipped. I'm assuming for this setup, it doesn't matter. Because we have so many items that it doesn't end up, I guess, reaching the weapon slots or whatever. It just adds normal arrows if you have the last weapon equipped. Oh, okay. Which doesn't, yeah, that doesn't make a difference. But I would normally have the last weapon equipped anyway because of the... I end up picking up the Claymore. And that's the one you want equipped most of the time, regardless. So yeah, okay. Well, okay, so the reason Hundo doesn't allow it... Hundo, did we make the change? I think we did, right? To the rules. Essentially, the reason it wasn't allowed is because when you add DLC, it becomes harder to verify. Because it changes, like, the... You know, the quest log, there are more quests. So it's not gonna give you, like, 77 out of 77. Map locations, there's gonna be more. So, like, what if somebody didn't get all of the normal map locations? Like, it's not gonna say 100%, right? Because you're not required to get all 100. And then, what if you got, you know, a DLC map location instead of a normal map location? Stuff like that. So that's why it was kind of banned completely for Hundo, but I think recently we made a change to say that it's no longer a requirement, because... Wait, what did I... Because with reinstalling DLC requiring you to, like, or uninstall and reinstall DLC requiring the player to kind of potentially risk updating their game, it's less accessible to be able to do that. Since if you delete the game and then reinstall it, It's just gonna install the latest update.
Ha una mira micidiale. Stai attento.
So yeah. As to like why are the DLC items allowed? Honestly, I don't know. It's always been kind of a gray area. Well, okay, the big thing, I think it would be fine,
Si attacca anche dal punto cieco.
mostly. The biggest weird thing to me is that you can run a category like AMQ. Oh, I was supposed to split on Entermino. But yeah, the biggest weird thing is that you can take a a run like all main quests, right? You can use the DLC Ruby, and then you can subtract the amount of time it takes to watch those extra DLC cutscenes. Even though it's like, how do you get the DLC Ruby without then also, like, essentially having that treasure chest means that you're going to get the cutscene. So it's like, I don't know, that's kind of whack. Otherwise, whatever. I don't think it actually makes that big of a difference. It's just, because like, yeah, ultimately, nowadays, the DLC versus non-DLC is basically just, is your IST set up using fairies for money or rubies? I think that's fine. We're going back to AMQ peak now. I've got my opinions on AMQ. Can you imagine doing like a relay race of all dungeons versus 3 any percent runs and then losing if you're on the any percent team? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? You're done with unrestricted now? Hey, GG on the 216. Alright, Benjamin. I think 209's actually pretty decent. Unless I'm misremembering. That's actually like 10 or so. Yo, Diesel, thank you for the 25 months. 25 is basically 50, and 50 is basically 100. Happy 100 months to me. Dang. And maybe one day someone will have a 100-month resub. That'd be crazy. Appreciate the good luck. But yeah, it's like AMQ is just too long. I think that's really the thing for me. Which I think my AMQ time is actually pretty okay. Okay. Maybe I just don't go for super or something. Go back to Hondo. I actually am kind of planning on it.
Ah.
For like the holiday season, because I don't know, people like watching Hondo, so viewership goes up. But during the holidays, ad revenue also goes up a lot, so it kind of makes sense to stream Hondo during the holidays.
Oh.
So maybe.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, this is slightly unrelated, but but seeing the username DD Hearts You, I thought of King BDD. And I did watch the I watched most of it, but what are people thinking about the Kirby Air Riders footage that was shown? Because I feel like it looked pretty cool. We'll see. I don't think I would play it or buy it. Or I imagine I wouldn't like play it enough to over here to warrant actually buying the game, but I'm also pretty curious about like why there are so many people who are such big fans of the original. Like, it's gotta have something going for it, because I only ever hear, like, good things about the first one. Did you take your time the first time you played this game to enjoy it at least? Gee whizza. So there's this idea that speedrunners, like, don't play games casually before they speedrun. That's mostly false. I played this game for over 200 hours before ever speedrunning it. The reason I was interested in the game as a speedrun was because it was my favorite game of all time beforehand. And I think I dumped, what, 150 hours into Tears of the Kingdom on stream casually before ever looking into the speedrun. Something like that. So, yes. And most of the time, obviously it depends on the game. Like if you take, what is it, SM64 nowadays, a lot of people speedrunning it who are like young, probably haven't played the game casually. the game's biggest flaw, maybe like your biggest flaw, is um, skipping these like very obvious features. I don't know. It's a consistent thing. It's happened in multiple games. Let's see, you played it back in the day, weren't impressed. I feel like in my head it's gotta be a lot of nostalgia, but I don't know, we'll see what people think of the new one. Also, I don't know, the question itself, I mean, like, the way it's phrased kind of assumes that it would be like wrong to play a game for the speedrun. There are plenty of people who played the game casually, hated it, and then went on to speedrun it, right? Like Korox, for instance. You know, one of the best speedrunners of this game. Has a lot, you know, a lot of critiques of the game, but really enjoys the speedrun. Other people like, I think Mikey. Yeah, there are a bunch of instances of people not really liking the game and then liking the speedrun. And I think that's valid. So, I don't know. People do enjoy speedrunning, that's why they do it. For the most part. I mean, there are a couple of people, sure, that probably don't enjoy it as much, that you can tell, but generally, you know, we do things because it's fun. So. Oh yeah, it definitely happens, but especially like nowadays, I think more so because of things like challenge runs and content, but most of the time, it's like people who already enjoyed the game a lot. Hello? Oh, there's no way. I forgot. I was too busy. Ow. Okay, that was really bad. Wait, I should look into Weiwen's strat here. Does rage make you faster? I don't think so. I think typically when I get mad, I play worse. Hey, what's up, dog? That's right. We're back, but this is mostly just for practice, so that I can do Breath of the Kingdom back to back. Yeah, the wind bombs. Because that should save a decent chunk of time. And it doesn't, or I don't think it would be too hard to do. Yeah, Breath of the Kingdom. I'm thinking sub 4 should be very doable. Yeah, the only thing that could be an issue is running out of stamina, maybe. Trying to like shoot the 4 hooves. That's not good. Okay, that's not good. Bit of an oof. I'll admit it. Not my finest work. Yeah, I do think that by the end of today, I'll probably
Ero sicuro. Immagino.
I'll probably be able to get a run that's good enough in my books for BOTK. We'll see.
Dunque,
Oh, thank you, DBzilla.
puoi procurare.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. Well, not that crazy, but for me, I actually played OOT for the first time. On the 3DS. I never played the N64 version. Like this. So I kind of missed out on quite a bit of speedrunning lore and all that.
Restano ancora.
Right there.
Restano ancora.
Okay, I guess what's interesting about this comparison, since I'm just comparing to the latest run I finished,
Restano solo.
which was for the Rejects and Friends marathon. It was a pretty clean run. So, I don't know, I think most of the time save is actually at
Resta
the
solo.
beginning. Like, there's definitely more that I could improve on near the end, but not by like a ton. Yo, what's up, Chaos?
Bravo. Ora guarda per riconquistare. So che c'è.
Oh, snap. Oh, wahoo. Or look, wahoo it is.
Oh, osserva la mano. Stai sempre.
How is the smashing of Ganondorf? Or whatever was going on. What up, everyone? You smashed him, he's done for. Huge.
Ha una velocità spaventosa. Non farti sorprendere.
GG. Congratulations.
Se non stai attento a quei fulmini, farai anche tu la mia stessa fine.
Oh, it's going all right. Not too shabby, I would say. Surely we will never see him in another game ever. Yeah, that was the last time. I mean, did you see the explosion? There's no coming back from that. Boom. Start taking notes so you can so you can also speedrun Breath of the Wild AD. True. Yeah, when's the MZ speedrunning arc? Oops. They just need to stop naming people Ganondorf, I think. Well, who's to say that Ganondorf isn't like a popular name? And it's only like a couple of Ganondorfs, like, ruin it for the rest. Right, imagine you're like one of the upstanding Ganondorfs. just kind of working your job, doing everything by the books, and then you got this like evil guy who ruins your reputation. I forget. Yeah, I honestly don't know if I need this equipped. I do, because I'll be BLSSing later. That is a fair point. I also never really looked at the timelines. There's a bunch of those videos. There's like, oh, this is the official timeline. But I've never really paid that much attention to the lore. I just play the game. But like, how much time passes between each game? Am I winning? I'm doing all right. I'd say I'm... Oh, wow. I guess by this point, a minute 30. I won't be able to beat my last run. Thank you, Haley, for the good luck. At least 100 years, but sometimes a lot more. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I said to myself I was gonna do the dishes this evening. I don't want to. Have you ever wanted to do the dishes? People can't even decide how much time has passed between Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. At least that one, it's like, you know it's not that long. Never once, exactly. So, you not wanting to do it is irrelevant. It's never been a factor. You just have to do it.
Oh.
What's up, Karen? You race against 2 songs and see if you can finish dishwashing within that period of time. So you're basically speedrunning it, right? Going for a PB. Just don't break any dishes.
Huh?
What up, Mako? on, dude. Ah! Please. Okay. Really? Dude, rain? That is one thing they got wrong in this game. Nobody likes it.
Ah,
Gamify everything in your life, especially if you have executive dysfunction.
hey.
Speaking of gamifying things, anyone have like
Ah,
whatchamacallit? Mushroom calls? Yo, the clothes store decor is
basta quel ghiaccio. Usa le frecce elettriche.
oh, that's not gonna work.
Sali lì. Ottimo, lì. Lì, evviva! Tieniti forte. Ti faccio strada.
Okay. Well, that's not good. But whatever. Peak also has slippery climbing mechanics. Is it any better?
Huh?
Maybe with how silly the game is, it's more tolerable. Hey, what's up, Wodrick? Thank you for the good luck and thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. It just makes it harder to climb. Okay. Yeah, the slipping is definitely not my favorite. Hello, questionable.
Quindi è sempre sei venuto
I'm kind of cooking this month.
in tal caso.
I think I'm at like 7,700
Raggiungi quel
strength, assuming I don't need my Pikmin like nectar for flowers, in which case I can probably get like
restano
7,800.
ancora. Restano ancora.
Oh yeah, at Evo, because we had
Bravo. Ora guarda per riconquistare coraggio.
a bunch of bloomers in the same spot, we were able to coordinate and get the 4-star event mushroom. And the crazy thing is, it still required like people ticketing in.
Restano solo due. Resta solo un... Osserva la mano. Tieni gli occhi. Attento a quella lancia. Puoi arrivare molto lontano.
No, I don't think I'm. That's fine.
Adesso hai poco spazio di manovra. Fai attenzione.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Go. Get some dark sushi. Dude, the crazy thing is realizing how far into the run I am. It's like, oh, you know, there's only another like, what was that, 20 minutes left? Only 20 minutes? Oh, man. Yeah, it's just really nice. Not having a run that takes so long. Hey, what's up, Cornflake? Thank you, chicken. Wait, what is the 20-minute? Emote even from? What is the context there?
Ti proteggerò io.
do, Lux. Honestly, attempts might start tomorrow. We'll see how runs go today. But I'm assuming that given 1 day of Breath of the Wild attempts, I'll be able to. Yeah, good enough. But yeah, I just think it's like a good idea to probably get this up for right now while I'm still pretty warm on Tears of the Kingdom stuff. That's not gonna work. Unless, yeah, that's what I thought. Sure. Yo, random, thank you for the 11-month resub. Appreciate that. It's a Vinny. It's going all right. I mean, this is the first attempt, so not expecting anything. Just vibing. Yeah, this is probably gonna be like a 131 maybe. Dang, I mean like BOTK for sub 4. I'm really hoping it's gonna be like pretty easy to get, but I think it definitely does depend on these. Oh my goodness. Or like I'm gonna need to actually get like a good Breath of the Wild time, I think. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the good luck, Trevor. Dude, I was looking back at essentially I don't have the DLC installed, so I'm using the other IST setup right now. And I was looking back at one of the runs I did back when I was using that again. And oh, guess what? There's Trevor with the old username way back when. It was a run from like 3 years ago, I think. Who is that guy? I don't know. We don't farm them, Oku. So I have like 9, no. I use a glitch to get 999 fairies. Holy 7-0. Wait, actually... Are we talking like a football game? Isn't 7 pretty low scoring? Football isn't soccer. Oh, okay. 7-0. I love how that completely changes it. That's like a mercy rule. Cut it short. Oh, is that Mikey's noob? How goes it? You know, there's definitely been worse. $30 months. Thank you for the 30-month resub, Trevor. Appreciate that. Hey, what's up, Zelds? Yeah, we do Meadow first. It goes a bird, camel, elephant, lizard, in that order. Yo, what's up, Lucas? Bird mentioned as he go in mace. What kind of bird would you say Meadow is? A big bird. I don't know if you're allowed to say that. That's like a different one. Big bird. A fake one? Fake phony? Yikes. That's big drama. Okay, I think I still come out of this with a 130, not a 131. I just need to not lose like 40 seconds. And then we're good. And there's only like 3 splits left. Are the kids these days watching Sesame Street? Wiki says it's shaped like an eagle. Yeah, this is why you can never trust the wiki. We got our resident bird expert in chat. Oh, I saw him work whales today. Didn't get close enough to hear them beep as they ran away. Just send them on over. I don't think they would like that. I just have a feeling. Hey, what's up, enough to do this? Will do. Honestly, I feel like I don't really mind the dishes. Yo, ZFG. Thank you for the raid. I want this, and then that, and then we're good. How was the all dungeon speedrunning today? Welcome in, everyone. You know, Breath of the Wild all dungeons is like basically it's y'all dungeons, right? Both of them complete dungeons in the game, and they're both Zelda, so like the same thing. Yeah, yeah, this is bottom of the well, exactly. Saying, uh-oh. Yeah, sorry, you've been tricked into watching the modern day Zelda.
Link. Link. Grazie per aver recuperato
Dude,
tutti
I
i
saw
punti
it.
di
It
sangue
was
e
so
liberato
funny.
gli spiriti dei campioni.
I saw
Ora staranno aspettando il momento della tua battaglia
Ikurofan
con
do
Lobot
this in one of his hundo runs.
e poi anche io.
He just
Ti
zoomed in on the
aspetto.
guy. Oops. Okay, so I need Oh, that's actually not great. We have plenty of height, so we're just gonna do okay. I did not think that one through. Alright, that's fine. So, yeah, I don't know. Currently, I'm de-rusting the Breath of the Wild all dungeons. My next project. It shouldn't take too long, but I've been doing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons, which is actually, if you guys remember from like, what, 2 years ago? The category that ZFG ran. Got world record in. But yeah, there's been a lot of updates to the route. The strategies used, the version of the game you play. So recently I've been running that. And so I want to do a back-to-back speedrun of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons that will take under 4 hours. But it'll require nearly world record level gameplay for both, so that means I need to get decent at this game again. My next stream is tomorrow. I stream Wednesday through Sunday. Oops.
L'intero corpo di Ganon
Nah, it's probably
è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò a lui. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna.
a little unfortunate about the the slip up there, but
Occasione!
we did get speechless.
Funziona, in difficoltà!
Yeah, it's a PZ. I'm doing a Breath of the Wild all dungeons run. And we'll do another right after.
Colpisci dove brilla!
Hey, what's up, Turo?
Ancora, ancora un po'! Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto! Link! Guarda la sua testa! Link! Dai!
Yo, 131.24. All right, well, that is only 6 minutes and 40 seconds off of my PB. But you know, that's fine. My PB is pretty good. Thank you for the GGs. So I think realistically, I just need to get to a point where I can pretty consistently get 127s or like 128 flat or below should be good enough. 131 noob time. Yeah? Yeah, Michael? What's your PB? Hmm? Is it a pro time to have anything that's not a 131? It's on Switch 1, yeah. So the Switch 2 can't play earlier versions, so to have access to all the fastest glitches, you gotta play on the Switch 1. And especially for a run like All Dungeons, where so much of the run is like long distance movement with BLSS, it helps a lot.
Svegliati!
And of course, BLSS being banned, not banned, patched on Switch 2. You already got the best time on All Dungeons? I did, yeah.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo
But
sonno.
right now I'm trying to complete Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom All Dungeons back to back in under 4 hours. So in order to do that, I basically need to get like close to my best time on both back to back. So, you know, it's gonna take a bit of work to get good enough at Breath of the Wild that I can feasibly do that. Where did Trial of the Sword speedrun go? It's on my YouTube channel. You can go watch it. All in prep for your all 3D Zelda speedrun? Not really. Because that would just be any percent. So it wouldn't really help. I've decided that I'm probably going to start that, or I'm going to start that in January.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla
Probably with
mappa della
OT.
tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, and just go in order. But essentially that's a separate thing. Because at this point, I don't really need more practice with, like, the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I should have those down for sure. Any new finds lately? So there was actually a discovery very recently that is Switch 2 edition exclusive that I think it's like you can do inventory storage using Zelda notes, or like using the Zelda notes item in game. So I think it lets you like duplicate things in your inventory maybe. Mako probably has a better idea of what it's actually useful for. But I believe the consensus currently is that it would only benefit all quests speedruns right now. And that it's not actually gonna make like any of the other categories faster. Yeah, best to get OT out of the way first. Oh my goodness. Right after a ZFG raid? That's crazy. But yeah, otherwise I don't think there's been too many Switch 2 stuff found. I did see that a run just got verified from TYTT. That's, I think, a 2659 master mode any percent run on the Switch 2 edition. Which Huiwen had gotten a 2715 a while back. So you can definitely get decently quick runs on Switch 2. It's just really? Okay, I definitely didn't think that was gonna fail. But yeah, it's not gonna compare to the 22 that you can get on 1.6. Welcome in. Okay. That makes sense. You can't really predict the fall damage in this game, especially on that wind bomb. Okay, so I think getting the apples there is optimal. Well, maybe not optimal, but like pretty good for the IST setup I'm doing. In that it's not as far out of the way as like the Hyrule herbs. It also gets you the items before the fairies, which means that the fairies are going to be on the right spot. I should probably start doing the bridge wind bomb as well, because it's not actually that hard. It would just take a bit of practice. And the last couple of times I've tried to do runs of Breath of the Wild, it's been like for a marathon type setting, so I didn't want to mess up majorly. Also, I wasn't actively running in this category, so or even this game. Oh my goodness. What haven't you done? That's crazy. Oops. Okay, that's fine. I gotta not do that. That's like the number one thing that I need to not do. It is kind of weird going back to BLSS after a while. I was kind of wondering if it would be so much more work. I was thinking about, like, what if I tried to get sub 4 while doing 1.8.2 all dungeons on the Switch 2?
Svegliati.
Because I think people have gotten, like,
Svegliati.
pretty solid times on that. Oh my goodness. Dude, I'm thinking of Tears of the Kingdom right now. That was the movement at the beginning after you load in to set it for the clip. No. That's not true, undergassed. Or when you say bomb jump, do you mean like wind bombs? Where you jump, drop 2 bombs, and then blow Link up? Yeah, that one is still possible. It works a little bit differently. I did make a video. Where is it? I did make this video if you want to check it out. It shows off a bunch of the glitches tested on Switch 2. Which ones work, which ones don't. So you can find like wind bombs in there. Yeah, the big thing is that BLSS doesn't work.
Svegliati.
And almost everything else does. But the caveat being that a lot of the physics
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà
the
dopo il
interactions
risveglio
with
dal
like
tuo lungo
launches are different at 60 FPS. For some reason, okay, I think partially it's because I was watching Rec do 1.8 switch to 90% speedruns, but I kind of want to go back to that. Wait, did I? Okay, that's probably just random. Did I manage to get all of them?
Link. Link.
But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the
Dirigiti
VTV
al
route is so
luogo
fun.
segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
In a way that's like not. I don't really get that from coming back and doing this. Alright, enjoy, Tro. Appreciate the good luck. Oh, that's, yeah, too late. I was thinking about how I needed to re-equip the shield like frame 1 in order to not throw the torch, and then I just died. Oh, you know what else I did today? In Pikmin Bloom, I actually purchased the one of the upgrades for nectar storage. I've been saving up my flower coins, and I had enough to upgrade my Pikmin storage again, but I decided it's actually probably better to get the nectar storage,
Svegliati.
since realistically, I think nectar storage is like more valuable for me right now,
Quella è
because
una
I don't
tavoletta
actually
chef.
have that
Ti
many
guiderà
unique
dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
decor Pikmin. Right, I think I have like 250, but I have 450 Pikmin slots, and most of those are taken up by like event Pikmin. But like, realistically, what I should be doing is like going in and removing all of the duplicates that I've gotten. And then instead, if I upgrade nectar storage, then I'm gonna be getting more of these like event or like special flower nectar that I can, you know, keep for later. Since those might come back. I mean, like the event Pikmin might be useful again, like next year, but I don't think it'll be that important, right? Like I can just do the event instead of having a way to cheese it. Yo, what's up, Zabir?
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa
So they
della
don't
tua
have to go on a
tavoletta
long journey.
scelta.
How long of a journey is it? I've been kind of like leveling up a bunch of Pikmin at the same time. It's just I favorite all of the Pikmin that are like a decor type that I don't have already. And then whenever I go on walks or need to like feed my Pikmin to get petals, I'll like sort to favorites. That way I'm building friendship with like the correct Pikmin. And so it was very slow in leveling them up. But we're at the point where over the last like couple of days, I've been cashing in on like a ton of new decor types. Isn't flower storage ideal to buy first? It might be, yeah. I think I was mostly just like, well, okay, here's the thing. I would say that nectar is more beneficial than like flower petals. Because flower petal storage, essentially nectar counts for double compared to flower petals. Because you can give nectar to a budding Pikmin, and it will give you 2 flower petals in return. So technically in terms of storage, because the nectar counts as double, but the upgrade costs the same, it's like twice as much value. But yeah, in terms of like upgrading Pikmin storage, I just figured I don't like the idea of having to choose which Pikmin to like release. So I tried to like push that off by upgrading my Pikmin storage. But I'm at a point where it's like
Ooh.
it doesn't actually make sense to do that, and that it is more optimal to do it the other way. I just need to make decisions
Ah.
to release some Pikmin. Over a day? I mean, isn't that not that long? Like, don't you have plenty of Pikmin to accompany you on walks and stuff? Also, I think I have 69 special nectar now. Do I play Smash Bros? I used to. Not anymore. Used to play a lot of Smash Bros. Lucina. Who was my main? Yeah, I was pretty sure that was not gonna kill me. Ooh. I think it's better that I don't ruin my summer best a little bit. That was only barely a gold. But yeah, my splits use the other setup for IST, so I would pick up a treasure chest at this point. So it's not actually that I'm faster, even though that was a really good wind bomb. It's more like I skipped a step that you're normally supposed to be doing at this point, and then I'll lose time later to the IST setup being not as fast. Gonna start releasing old event ones. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start doing that too. Because I was looking through, and most of my duplicates are at this point. Like, I've released all of the non-event duplicates, other than like a couple of roadside, I think. And the reason I don't release all of them is that some of those roadside Pikmin I've got like fully maxed on friendship, so they're useful for the amount of strength they can provide during the beginning of the event. Oh wait, I should be doing the like pre-throw aim. Forgot about that. Yeah, under gas. I'm thinking holidays Or like, starting pretty soon. But I want to be doing Hundo, I think, for the end of the year. Kind of like I did last year. Which I think would be on Switch 2. Because Switch 2... Oh, no way I did it again. Dude, that's so awkward. Why do I keep doing that? I'm gonna reset that one. Hey, what's up, Kirby Kiki? Would I ever run all shrines again? Yeah, at some point. I don't know. Okay, so at some point I want to make a video about all shrines. It's just... It's just like a hard category. I mean, I was like not... Or I was struggling with like all dungeons, Tears of the Kingdom, based on like length of run. So like the resets were a bit tough. But I think that was also just Tears of the Kingdom being hard as a game to speedrun because of how difficult the early game is compared to everything else. So it felt like I just ended up resetting all of the time in the first like 30 minutes over and over to try and get like a good run going. Where I think Breath of the Wild, I wouldn't have that much trouble doing that. And dude, this is the problem with playing two different games with two different timing modes. I've done that like probably at least 10 times today. But yeah, eventually I want to make a video about all shrines. So when that happens, I think I'll do some all shrines runs. Not to mention, like, my all shrines PB is pretty good, but it's also super beatable. And not just because of like new developments recently, or even that like, I've gotten better at Breath of the Wild generally. But there's also like, back when I did all shrines, I was playing off of the SD card instead of playing off of system memory. So every single split, there's, a couple seconds of loading time that I can save. So across the whole run, I probably save like, I think my estimate was like 40 seconds if you just consider shrine loads.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
Oh, good luck. Good luck, VB. There's that one... What was it? He's out of line, but he's right. What's the exact quote? Just use a meme. I think that'll go over super well. From that Marvel show. You know, the one. That one that had the meme. Whoa. Hey, I've watched
Link,
quite a bit of anime.
Link,
It's not just Nichijou.
dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
You know, I don't watch like recent stuff, but I used to be a bit of a weeb. And I used to watch TV shows with my family. It'd be like basically every night we'd watch media together. And then I kind of stopped watching with them because I was too busy with like school work. So it'd be like high school. I just started being like, well, I can't really watch anything today because I have too much homework. And so I ended up just like stopping. But I used to watch TV shows. I guess the difference being there was a time where I watched TV shows and like different anime, etc. But with music, that was never really the case. It's not like I stopped. It just never happened. Okay. Great taste. Well, I don't know. I listen to... It'll mostly be like Pokemon music. But also like when I'm doing streams, I'm just listening to the game audio.
Ooh.
Where I think a lot of people would have their own like music playing. I've never really done that.
Ah.
Yo, what's up, David? Yeah, Breath of the Wild's making a bit of a comeback right now. I'll come back to my stream after... It's probably been like a month. So like not that long, but also It feels like it's been a while. I mean, I guess not so much recently, but most of the time when I go on a walk, I go with my brother. But yeah, I kind of do like walking in silence. Locked into the environment. Yo, let's go. That should be fine. 39. So I think that would have golden. Is it weird actively running 2 games? I think there are bits where I'll get confused. I mean, well, okay. The example I would give today is that starting the timer, I have messed up like at least 5 times, maybe 10. Because in Tears of the Kingdom, you start the timer when you hit new game, where in Breath of the Wild, you start the timer as you skip the cutscene to like gain control of Link. And the reason there's this discrepancy is because of like, you know, variable load times in Breath of the Wild and the way the community kind of dealt with it was to change where timing starts instead of requiring a fresh boot, which would have been, in my opinion, like a cleaner solution. And we ended up requiring that later anyway. But it's kind of hard to change how every single run is timed after all of these years. So essentially, I have a hard time remembering that I'm supposed to start the timer at a different time. And so I'll end up skipping the cutscene in the Shrine of Resurrection without starting the timer. And then I look over and I'm like, oh, shoot. And so I just reset. But yeah, I think that for the most part, they're similar enough that it's not an issue. That they like feel pretty similar. In terms of overall game feeling. And it's only like a couple of spots where these wind bombs are crazy. Where you really start to notice discrepancies. Like menuing in Tears of the Kingdom, going between tabs in your inventory, you use the bumpers. But in Breath of the Wild, you use the right stick. And so you get these moments where you just do the wrong thing. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, I'm gonna pick up the spear every time. I don't think I want to do Cliff. Also, this is something I noticed more recently with like Tears of the Kingdom menuing. The order of the tabs is different. So in Breath of the Wild, I believe it goes weapons. I think it's weapons, bows, shields, and then maybe armor, food, or like armor, materials, food. In Tears of the Kingdom, it's armor is the first slot, and then I think bows is the second slot, shields is the third slot, and then weapons is the fourth slot before going to materials as the fifth. And so this very slight difference in the order is just like it's just weird. I'm curious as to why they changed it. Like even just between, you know, weapons, shields, bows, or no, weapons, bows, shields to
Svegliati.
uh bows, shields, weapons. Cause yeah, in my head it's like, you know, weapons is the first
Quella è
slot,
una tavoletta
but
scelta.
no, bows is the first slot.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
This is version 1.6. Played on a Switch One. So I will be using DLSS. It's faster if you type exclamation point language. The bot will give you an explanation. No, I think it's just language. And then TOTK language is the one that's you have to specify. Also, TOTK language isn't even correct. I never fixed it.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Who is on my Breath of the Wild Mount Rushmore? I don't know. I feel like... Okay, it depends on if you're asking, like, Breath of the Wild generally, or specifically, like, speedrunners. Because ultimately... that's gonna change, like, the pool of people that you can pull from quite a bit. Because realistically, the glitch hunters have been incredibly important, and they always are, in the development of like speedrunning. So I don't know, people like Legend of Link, Sadogashi, etc. have been super influential, finding a bunch of the glitches that we have. Like what, Sadogashi I think found wind bombs, and that's become like the defining glitch of the game. But yeah, there's been a ton of people that you could include. And I feel like it'd be easier for me to answer, I guess, if it's like thinking more about just speedrunners. Because then, I don't know, you'd have like Skedo, Johnny. Or like ZDI. Which are like, you know, the people who have done runs of like a bunch of categories and been, you know, top level for long periods of time. Good morning, Ube. You're on that? Yeah, well, okay. Maybe not Mikey's on, but you could certainly throw Slugma on. Maybe Bamboozled. I said it was really hard to pinpoint. I imagine with SM64, it's probably a lot harder just because there's been so much more history. Like Breath of the Wild only being, I think this is fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Sure. You would leave the creator of ButterDog off. I would explicitly ban the creator of ButterDog from being on Mount Rushmore. I think that's fair. But yeah, no, like the Breath of the Wild's what, 8 years old? By this point, 8.5. But compare that to SM64, which is like 20 something years. Have to imagine it's quite a bit harder. Almost 30. That's so weird. Oops. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is. It is a rather old game. Also, with Breath of the Wild, I feel like yeah, I don't know. It's like with Breath of the Wild, it's interesting because it feels like, any percent has always been the most popular by far. And this is true of a lot of games where like any percent's gonna take most of the spotlight. But then you look at the other categories and I don't know if it's quite as dramatic for other games, but yeah, people don't really run the other categories that much. And so it's like, realistically, oh, come on. If you're looking at the history of Breath of the Wild speedrunning, it's like, how much do you weigh in the kind of grind for those other categories? But I do think, like, there's pretty clearly, like, me, Skiddo, Johnny, as people who have held world record in basically all of the categories at the same time. And there is also something to be said about Hundo being weirdly popular IMO. I think it's because of the absurdity of it. But yeah, if you look at the amount of competition that each category has had over time, it's like Hundo is surprisingly up there. Like, it might be the second most competitive category. Well, okay. There are like long periods where it wasn't, but I don't know. There have been a lot of people super dedicated to Hundo. Yeah, what's up, Quady? Thank you, Firestar. Oh, I guess that's another interesting thing about running Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons versus like Breath of the Wild. I was noticing that, like in my head, the defining movement technique or glitch for Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons is carpet slides. Or wait, magic carpet cart slides, right? And yet you don't get to do them until an hour into the run. Which just feels so whack. Right? It takes so long to get there that, and I'm resetting because the early game is hard. So it's like most people, if you're just kind of casually watching, you're not even gonna see like the main movement glitch. Which I just found weird. Yeah, I think it is. It's just, with all of the developments for like all dungeons, and I feel like with all dungeons being so, you know, long distance, or like all of the objectives that you're going to are so far apart that it feels like it specifically is more of cart slides. Kind of like how I would say Breath of the Wild the main movement glitch is wind bombs, but for all dungeons, I would say it's BTBs. Okay, just making sure. And especially, yeah, all of the, like, the recent changes to the route have made it so that, like, it's just so much of it is so much of the pocket rocket is being replaced with cart slides. But yeah, overall, I think I would say pocket rocket's probably the main one used. Mark my words, I will maybe run AD again, maybe.
Link,
Alright, your words have been marked.
Link. Quello è uno dei colossi sacri che Ganon ci portò via 100 anni fa. Devi trovare il modo di entrare al suo interno e liberarlo dal malefico rancore di Ganon. Link, conto su di te.
Would it be 1.6 or 1.8? Why is it so aggressive? It just really wants you to know. Oh wait, I should equip the other thing. 1.6 makes sense. Yeah, so French is fastest for any percent. So when I'm running any percent, that's when my game is in French. Also, wait, I forget what question you asked, Flux. There was something. Oh, is the extra scrap for no DLC? Yes, exactly. Drop, unequip, reload. There we go. Yo, Mr. Iron Pants, thank you for the 4-month resub. You never got an actual run-in with IST, really? That makes sense. Yeah.
Oh. Ah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like 80 is a pretty
Oh.
optimal category
Uh-huh. Oh.
in terms of like it's not too long, but you get to do like cool stuff. Dude, there's the Nolan was right. You do get like a ton of normal arrows. Which means in that case I don't need to switch my equip there. Too much BLSS, you are actually correct. That is true. Okay, I do think if I start doing the slide to Gerudo Town with the vase instead, and I just get good at that, it probably helps considerably. Dude, what if they had they add an amiibo that scans in like pots. so that you can do slides with like a pot or a vase. From anywhere. And if you do a run, it'll be naked in game. Oh man, this guy's gonna do clothes skip. Good choice. It's a Man.
Ma guarda, sapevo che... Beh,
Well, actually, I guess you can't skip
per prima cosa...
the Zora outfit, the Zora armor.
La vedi qui? Restano ancora... Restano ancora...
Yeah, thank you, glitch.
Restano solo...
There you go.
Resta solo un...
Yeah, I've messed that up enough times that I can keep a cool head.
Osserva la... Ma è ancora...
Oh, I did the thing.
Ha una mira micidiale. Stai attento. Si attacca anche dal punto cieco. Attento.
Hey. Hope you feel better. I'll occasionally see people like leaving comments that are like, it's just a timestamp. To keep track of where they are in the VOD. Okay, I was considering trying it this run. The slide with the vase, but I chickened out. The All Shrines VOD. A true classic. Okay, 208. I mean, that's essentially what I did last time. I'm pretty sure I had the lag there. I just missed the screen. Oh no. Okay. It's actually not that bad for drift, I think. Or at least in my experience, I haven't had controllers drift that frequently. Like, with heavy use, I was still able to use most controllers for like at least a year. And it wasn't always drift that was causing me to replace the controller. Sometimes it was like other buttons having problems. Or like amiibo scanning. Would sometimes not work as well. That was a really nice wind bomb. I'll take a look, Quaywen. But I'm also not running AD. I'm running AD to get a sub 4 Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom back-to-back run. So I'm not necessarily trying to beat my PB.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, Noman's always talking about his Nan speedrunning. Nothing wrong with a grandma clip. No, but like I bet she could. Might take a little bit, but it is just that easy. Wait, this is actually a really good segment. The only thing that didn't happen was unloaded door. Everything else should be like spot on. She only posts things by accident. That is kind of funny. Okay, 102 is fine. Wow. Dude, by this point, I've already lost so much time that I can't get a 124. Where'd I even lose that time? Rito Village? I mean, like, I guess IST stuff makes sense. Okay, at least Riju is on pace with PB. Thunderhelm was pretty good. Meadow. Yeah, I made some mistakes on Meadow. And then, yeah, flat. Hey. Like, it makes sense. And my run is pretty good. But dang.
Su, avviciniamoci. Link!
Ero sicuro. Immagino. Dunque,
Oh, have a night, Blinky.
puoi procurare.
Oh, thank you, Peter. Oh, I'd say I am, yeah. Having a good time. So good night, baby.
Restano ancora...
Alright, see ya, Chaos.
Restano ancora...
Awkward. Is there a playlist or a compilation of videos of relevant speedrunning glitches and tricks?
Restano solo...
Uh, and you're not talking like a tutorial.
Resta solo...
More like informational. These are the glitches that get used. As you could watch Tony's tutorial series for any percent. Make a shorts playlist for every glitch. Honestly, that is a good idea, yeah.
Bravo, ora guarda per so che c'è.
Oh, see ya, Ake.
Oh, osservala, stai sempre... Ha una velocità spaventosa, non farti soffrire.
You know, a BLSS. It does kind of look like balls.
Farai anche tu la mia
That is
stessa
fair.
fine.
An open source textbook is kind of based. Yeah, if instead of bow lift smuggle slide, it was ball lift smuggle slide. Okay, I actually got pretty unlucky there. Because... Thunderblade threw lightning balls at me twice. Normally that doesn't happen. I mean, what's your goal? Right, what category do you want to run? Satisfaction. Yeah, the big ones are like BLSS, wind bombs. Really, it's just that. And then yeah, if you want to run any percent, or I guess run any category, then clips are gonna be useful. But then beyond that, we don't use too much else unless you're doing like an all shrine speedrun or an all main quest restricted speedrun. I guess there's like IST that like if you're running a speedrun category, then IST is gonna be important. Okay, well, Hundo is a entirely different beast. The Hundo IST is like, I don't know. If it's like 20 slides long, a normal IST setup is maybe like 2. Like, literally, I downloaded slides from things. I mean, if you want to like understand what's going on with IST, I think Piston made a video about it. That like actually explains what's going on. Which is different from knowing how to do it. Because I think learning how to do IST and learning one of the more basic setups, like for all dungeons, where we only duplicate like 2 things, that's actually not that hard. The book also had a code in the biology lab stuff, or a code to the biology lab stuff. Yeah, classic. I think I ended up buying, well, see, I don't remember. I think I rented the books from the library. Wait, no, not the library, the student store on campus. And I would just return them at the end. When BOTK 100% current patch? After you, Rec. See, I can say that because I know that Rek is never gonna do it. Can you imagine how long it would take? Once you catch up in One Piece.
Hey.
The thing is, I kind of believe that's gonna happen. Right, Rek? That's gonna happen.
Huh?
When sub 1 BOTK any percent? When it's actually possible to do that. I mean, right now, essentially it's 23 minutes. Into 38 minutes? No, 39, I guess, for world record.
Hey.
So, yeah, if we just round it up, because they're both right at the minute barrier, so basically 23 plus 38, 39. We're not quite there. A few more minutes, maybe. I actually caught up with One Piece, even if some arcs are literally drawn out for too long. Did you watch or read? Because, yeah. It's quite the undertaking, especially if you try and watch the whole thing. Alright, I should be doing this. There you go. We're on a pretty good run so far. It's pretty decent, yeah. I'm not like ahead of PB or anything. In fact, I think I'm like 2, maybe 3 minutes behind. Yeah. But it's like, that's pretty good. Hey, what's up, Judge? I did, in fact, finish strong. I got a sub 230, so that was my goal. And now I'm trying to get like a Breath of the Kingdom run of all dungeons in sub 4 hours. I don't think it'll take that long. I just need to...
Quindi sei venuto.
I gotta de-rest Breath of the Wild a little bit. Thank you, Rick. Finished Ring 4. What, I think I'm on... I've been going crazy this event.
Raggiungi.
Although apparently there's like a heat advisory for the coming days. So it'll be
Restano ancora.
potentially the end of the streak. Because, like, am I really gonna walk
Restano ancora.
when it's 90 plus degrees out? I'm thinking probably not. But I'm two Pikmin away. I've now hit 18, I think. So on average, I'm supposed to have, or on average, I would have gotten all of them by now. But I'm not guaranteed to, obviously. So I guess by this point, it's like unlucky.
Bravo. Ora guarda per riconquistare coraggio.
That's not good.
Restano solo due.
I have no idea what that means in terms of where in the cycle this is going to be. But it is bad.
Resta solo un.
Yeah, it's like essentially I have to wait an entire cycle. These stupid flies, they're like tiny and they literally just exist
Osserva la macchia negli occhi.
to annoy me. Did I fart? No, I didn't.
Attento a quella lancia. Può arrivare molto lontano.
Why, are you smelling something? Are they bugging you? Yes, yes they are.
Adesso hai poco spazio di manovra. Fai attenzione.
Boiling water does not work, then what do you end up doing? Oh, that sounds lovely.
Ti proteggerò io.
Oh, I forgot. I had like seriously messed up, the had to resort to ESCing, which that should never happen. So I kind of forgot the visual cue I used. I think it's stand here, aim here, and do this. Oh, but that's too slow. See, like, this is not gonna work. Unless it does. Actual miracle. I was going like 2 miles per hour. I mean, it does go to show that, like, this wind bomb is actually pretty lenient. In that, realistically, you should be able to get it every time. Oh no. Do another. So, yeah, what's up, Teabag? Hello, Nate. How's it going, Stone? Runs are pretty okay. We're just getting back into it. Always a fun time in Breath of the Wild land. That is funny. Is it just like a picture of the back of your head? You're like staring away from the camera. A goob evening beer. Let us commence. What are we doing? I can send you the fattest URL. Is that even true? I feel like the IST simulators probably got that beat. Try me. Oh my goodness. All right, let's click it. No way, it's a waterproof tea bag. Two rupees? What are you, poor?
Il turbine di Nevadi è pronto.
That is a nice picture. You can see the side of your neck. Oh yeah, that's where I was looking. I was making sure to take it all in, you know? Oh my goodness, look, this dude has a neck. Yo, what's up, song? And then what? Link printed like a million gems. Maybe 999 fairies. Ancient cores. Ruin the economy. I do like how, yeah. It was called a rupee printer. But you know what? Rupee printer was actually kind of cool. Some of that easy baby mode IST. I say as somebody who never had to like use it and run. You know, when you go from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom, you do encounter, like, all the prices of armor is, like, inflated. The value of your gems has gone down. It's rough. You feel poor. Maybe that's why people didn't like it. It was too relatable.
It's up here. Say quick.
Dang, you know, I actually got a pretty good run. For Rejects and Friends. 128.05. Yeah, Link's Link's solution is to just print more money. Did I win? I did, yeah. It was honestly looking pretty close until the end. That was so fast. What you're saying is that wreck through? He did, kind of. I mean, like, I wonder if he had not forgotten to, like, eat the attack of food, if he would have been totally fine on the Calamity fight. Kind of like, you know, once you mess up, you're kind of not playing quite as locked in. But yeah, essentially he was doing kind of more of a backup strat of not eating the food immediately so that you have more time. But then he forgot to eat because muscle memory.
Attenzione allo spadone!
Have you not eating? So yeah. They missed Windblight Skip and then failed the Wind Bomb a bunch to get back to Windblight Skip. And then I think Calamity was mean. Yeah, I'm using inventory slot transfer to duplicate fairies. I duplicated 999. And then sold about 600 for rupees, and then kept the other like 400 so that I don't die.
Link. Link. Grazie per aver recuperato tutti i colossi sacri e liberato gli spiriti dei campioni. Ora staranno aspettando il momento della tua battaglia contro Ganon al castello di Irule. E poi, anche io, ti aspetto.
Okay, this might not end up being... Popping candy? I would say maybe cotton candy. It's just like sugar, I guess. Put that. Wasn't that really bad? I don't remember when I'm supposed to get that cutscene. I was also trying to not do the equipment swaps because I feel like the equipment swaps are maybe not as effective as like seem like they should be. Sure. No. Can I go back? Maybe in another hour and a half. We'll get there.
L'intero corpo di Ganon è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Capisci dove brilla? Buona fortuna, Link. Ora sto trattenendo il suo rancore maligno. Ganon si sta indebolendo.
Okay, but if you're like a monster, like a low-level monster, not one of the mini-bosses, then you just go poof, right?
Mira alla luce. Funziona in difficoltà.
Poof, like with an F.
Tengo a bada il suo rancore. Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto. Link, guarda la sua testa. Quello è, finiscilo, Link.
Alright, 129.13. So yeah, basically... No, we're still 4.5 minutes off. World record, but if the goal is to get this run into Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons in under 4 hours, then I would need to get, what is that, a 2:30, probably like a 2:30 15 at worst, which is only like 40, no wait, is that like 30 seconds behind my PB? So, yeah, I need a faster time than this for sure. Yeah, the horse can die. Some people would kill the horse at the very end. But yeah, thanks for the GGs. Still, sub 130 is pretty good.
Ti ho osservato tutto questo tempo. Il tuo destino, la tua sofferenza, le tue battaglie. Per questo ho sempre
I mean, like, what, sub?
che un giorno saresti riuscito a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon.
Well, this time would get me
Grazie, Link.
13, 7th on the leaderboard.
Eroe di Hyrule.
So, that's not bad.
Ti ricordi? Ti ricordi di me?
Oh. However, while the credits play and you guys have good music to listen to, I will go to the bathroom. So, BRB. Alright, I suppose we go again. I think I could probably get a 231. I don't know. It's starting to feel like it's gonna be a little bit difficult. But like sub 4 is gonna need yeah, like if I can get a 230 in Tears of the Kingdom, that would help a ton. Because that essentially just means I need to get sub 130 and then we're good. realistically, I just have this like this idea in my head that Breath of the Wild all dungeons,
Svegliati.
this is like, you know, a pretty consistent category,
Quella è una
and it's
tavoletta
kind of
scelta.
a comfort run, I
Ti
suppose.
guiderà dopo il risveglio
But I
dal
feel
tuo
like
lungo sonno.
I can, with a very small amount of practice, get a sub 130 every single time. And I think that's true. But then it's like, well, a 129. I guess that's only like, what, 4.5 minutes off of my PB already. So the rest of the optimization becomes a little bit harder. And that, yeah, if I were to get like a 125, that would make it super easy for Tears of the Kingdom. But I'm not going to be like super good at Breath of the Wild right now. Wait, actually, what was my... Wait, can somebody type exclamation point times? What was the old dungeons run? 126.54? Isn't that kind of crazy? Thank you, Teabag. You just know what I want, you know?
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla
I
mappa
appreciate
della
that.
tua tavoletta sceicca.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Dude, that whole... The 20 or the mainboard marathon should have been so much easier than it was. I just like gave up during all shrines. It was like, I got to the first buffered SCW, everything was going pretty well. I get it first try, except I don't. Because I'm pretty sure what happened was I got like storage, escaped the elevator, all of that first try, it's good. And then I do the buffering, and it felt good, and then it just didn't work. And at a certain point, like, there is RNG, so it could have been just unlucky, but that kind of... that threw me off. For, like, the rest of the run, I was just mad. Even though I had, like, such a good hundo run, right? Like... Let's see, what is it? I think it was like a 1453, maybe? Dude, why does Twitch do this? What am I doing? Sometimes I get into this mode where my Twitch window will infinitely like scroll down. So I'm unable to like scroll up in chat. No, it was a 1447. Wait, is that correct? What's my PB? Do I have this? 1447. Wait, is times not what I think it is? Or was I looking at a different thing? Oh, that was PB. Somebody used the PB command.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong thing. 1456. Either way, sub 15. RTA is pretty good. All right, see ya, JJ Boom. How does it feel to be right? Feels very good.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Hello, Ona.
Quella è
Hope
una
you're
tavoletta
enjoying your
scelta.
Tears of the Kingdom playthrough.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
Oh, for when you play the game in 5 years? Dang. Good luck. Glad you enjoy the Breath of the Wild. See, I give good advice. Very motivational. I believe my words were essentially, if you always hate it, then it doesn't matter whether or not you hate it right now, because that's always gonna be the case. Truly wise words. You know what? I'm actually just gonna skip that. I don't know if that matters.
Link.
Also, I was thinking, would it be worth it? Probably not, right?
Dirigiti
But
al
I
luogo
could
segnato
go
sulla mappa
for
della tua tavoletta sceicca.
like TOT scope clip. But I imagine that's just like dumb. That'd be a bad idea. It would be wicked. That is true. Yeah, in terms of like strats on plateau that I'm not doing, there's like TOT scope plus bombs ESC. There's Bridge Wind Bomb in Stasis. I'm going for the slower version, and then there's Cliff Wind Bomb. All of which I've deemed, I guess, not worth it. It'll take too much practice, I guess, to guarantee that I get it. And that the idea here is that I can bring up my general level of comfort with the run enough that I get like a 127 or so. I just need to not mess up. That's not very good, but I suppose it works. I think that's the first time today that I messed up Gamer Win Bob. I'll start with Breath of the Wild, because it's it's more optimal to do Breath of the Wild first, in that the timing starts on gaining control of Link. And so if you do it in the opposite order, you get hit with an extra minute. Which doesn't matter if you're only looking at the a load remove time, essentially remove setup. But if you are thinking about RTA timing, then it does matter. Yeah, I imagine it shouldn't be too bad. I just need to be prepared for a couple of situations, like if I mess up wing flip, for instance. Where messing up wing flip doesn't actually lose that much time. Unless I also mess up the construct kill as well. Because then I just do, you know, the wing flight to the bottomless cave and then continue from there. But that's something I never do in runs, because I don't know. I'm never like forced to do no reset, so I just don't. So yeah, I guess it's just like take things a little bit safer. And it's okay if I lose some time on GSI. I should still generally be in the right ballpark. I paused a little bit too late. There's not really a point to kill the construct. I mean, don't you want the shield? I mean, I guess you can just use the... But you want 2 shields, and you could probably in some way dupe the shield, but like... Oh my goodness, there are 2 of them. I don't know. Those kinds of route changes, I think, are too big brain for me.
Svegliati.
Like, while theoretically you could change up what you're doing,
Quella è una tavoletta
I'm not gonna
scelta.
do that. I'm just gonna assume I get it.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
I guess you would grab a tree branch or something, and then use that to... No, but you can't use a... Yeah. So you use a tree branch instead of the rusty broadsword? In order to get the M&F? Oh, there was something about... Yeah, if you miss wing flip, then...
Svegliati.
I think it's that your autosave from the
Svegliati.
intro isn't gonna last? Is that even true? Basically...
Quella è
Oh,
una
wait,
tavoletta
also...
scelta. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
In terms of, in terms of, like, intro, should I just watch the intro? Just so that I don't have to, like, have some sort of offset on my timer. And it's not like I'm resetting the start of TOTK a lot. So I'll probably just watch it. So right here, I think it makes sense to...
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
What
scelta.
was so weird about it? Was it sniffling, maybe? But yeah, I think it makes sense to only grab the 2 Hylian shrooms there, because I'm guaranteeing that I need to grab 3 fairies. But you just don't have a lot of wiggle room. If you're trying to do this without using up, or without needing an extra fairy anyway, so it's like, just don't bother and get the 3rd fairy. Oh. Hey, thank you, Flora. Yeah, I still only 1 run has failed. Not bad. Nice. You know, I guess one way to think about it. Well, that's not great. You gotta be joking. So that was me killing a bug. One of the tiny ones. My bad.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Hey, what's up, Marty?
Quella è una tavoletta sceika. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo sonno.
Oh, thank you, Citrone. Employee of the month? Holy moly. You know, I always knew it. Some stellar work.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
GL and
sceika.
GR buttons. So I'm playing on a Switch 1 right now. Because the Switch 2 can't play on, there we go. Thank you, Mako. Essentially, that's why I'm playing on the Switch 1. And so, the Switch 1 Pro controller doesn't have the extra buttons. I haven't used the extra buttons for anything. Like, even when playing on Switch 2, which I don't know what I would want mapped. Maybe like whistle, D-pad down, but I'm already comfortable doing whistle sprinting without it, so it would just feel weird, I think. I don't think there's any input. Wait. I'm trying to think, like, would it make the wall jump easier, maybe? If if I could relearn it with an extra button. Might remove some of the awkwardness of the having to claw. That was a really good wind bomb. Is that Frederick? Yeah. Oh, I love how I know I know some of these like random emotes that are just like, you know, a normal name. But that guy's name is Frederick, apparently. You got George, Gregory. Joel, of course. Oh, thank you, Azulon. It's going pretty well. Yeah, classic. I'm not looking forward to tomorrow, where I believe it's forecasted to be quite hot. No, honestly, whatever. Colder and rainy. Dang. It's still been pretty warm and definitely dry. Oh no. Okay. A little bit of time save. With that, I'm already on pace for a 128. I just need to tie the rest. Nice. Is that a new emote? So much anger. We need to spread positivity. Just kidding. No way. Qua. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
You just got like raccoons hanging out. Isn't that crazy? Oh yeah, it definitely was. The like super zoomed in. Oh wait, that wasn't where I was supposed to split, but whatever. Yo, what's up, yo? I wonder if it makes more sense to... Like, if I'm planning on picking up the shield anyway, then maybe it makes more sense to pick up the one-handed weapon there. Essentially get the torch instead. I don't think it really matters. It went quite well for me. I'm just gonna do this. The prolific family of raccoons. They ever cause issues? Yeah, I popped off. Won very easily. Not true. It was pretty close. Like, honestly, I feel like that's about as close as you can hope for. Yeah, I feel like all the raccoons need to do is be like chill, you know? And then befriend the humans, and then we're good. Yeah. Oh, good on them. No, again. It's not ideal. No, whatever. Snake in box. Oh, as in like solid snake?
Link. Link.
Interesting.
Link. Quello è uno dei colossi sacri che Ganon ci portò via 100 anni fa. Devi trovare il modo
Is
di
there a
entrare al
liquid
suo
snake?
interno e liberarlo dal
I think
malefico
so.
rancore di Ganon. Link, conto su di te.
I'm not super sure about my Metal Gear lore.
Oh. Oh. Mm.
Ah, that was really bad. Hmm. I'm gonna lose a lot of time here.
Ah. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh. Uh-huh.
Yo, what's up, Cosmic?
Perfetto. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh.
Okay, so I think I'm just gonna continue this. Whatever. I'm probably losing like a minute or more. It was a very, very bad IST. Yeah, like I'm already supposed to be done with the segment.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if maybe that's a section to practice.
Oh. Uh-huh. Conto su di te. Siamo in pericolo. Bene, così mi piace.
Oh, I should have supered that.
Fa questo.
You're so right. But yeah, for the most part, no. Is maybe tomorrow I'll have to do another day of just Breath of the Wild all dungeons. Holy moly. Just because I don't feel very confident that I'd be getting a good AD
Ma
time.
guarda, sapevo che... Beh, per prima cosa...
Although I do have time, like if the run is 4 hours, then I have maybe 2 hours to reset if I want.
La vedi quel...
You kind of have to do Breath of the Wild first. Otherwise, you lose a minute. Based on the way the timing works out.
Restano ancora...
Only like RTA, but you should do neither first. Thank you. I'll consider it.
Restano solo...
Yeah. Sure. Do both at the same time.
Resta solo un...
I wonder how much that would be doable. Because, like, realistically, the sections of the run that cannot be interrupted for, like, Breath of the Wild, for instance, would be, like, BLSS's, right?
Osserva la... Ma è ancora...
Those, you can't let go of the controller, you can't pause, you can't do anything. Where cart slides, for instance, right? You could, if you wanted,
Stai attento!
start a cart slide and then pause if you need to. Yeah, I imagine, like, with the amount of downtime and, like, cutscenes, dialogue, etc., you could probably do a pretty good job of playing both at the same time.
Stacca anche dal punto cieco! Attento!
They both start running up left. True. And then you get the Sheikah Slate, and it gives you enough time to, like, do the out of bounds clip. Get to the intro, watch the intro, and while you're watching the intro, you basically finish all of Breath of the Wild. Yeah, my mid-do from last run was pretty bad. Okay, I'm actually gonna try it here. See how it goes. Oh, yeah, I don't remember. I wonder what they meant by that. Okay. Wait, no. No, don't bounce like that. I'm supposed to not have to do this all that much. That's like the main benefit. Who was it? Who was it, MZ? Okay, that was a 207. Wait, is Kennelly even one of the emotes? Or is he still banished? I confiscated him? Yeah. Oopsie. Okay, so that was actually a pretty good slide. Despite it not being all that good in terms of like aim and all that. I also didn't speed cap, which was nice. But yeah, like 207 is pretty solid. Wait, is it? It might not be. 207? I should check my PB. Because my PB has a 421. Wait. Oh, man. All dungeons can be definitely more optimized than it is right now. I mean, like, losing 15 seconds on a slide is not the most insane thing in the world, but also... I did it because I was like, I've been seeing Moist do fast mid-airs. Let's try it. I think that's what ZDI does. But somehow I don't think that it was correct. I don't think that was a good execution.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, have a night, MZ. That's gonna be too low. Oh, I thought this was better. A little more slanted. That was loaded in from like a mile away. I bet the modder is gonna see your request and then say, no, I'll do it for free. This is such a noble cause. Dude, they should add Koga to Fortnite. Too large of a hitbox? I see how it is. That's kind of rude. Hey, what's up, Max? She's a sweat. I'm not fat. Devs just gave me a huge box. Yep. It's going all right. For the most part. It's been, I think most of the, or a lot of the big mistakes have been around IST and like early game stuff. A couple of big time losses on, oh, let's see. There was one big time loss on Ruda. That was in fact not good. Wait, was that last run? It was. Yeah, I lost like a minute. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah, hopefully extra. I mean, like, I don't know if I'm gonna be ready tomorrow like I thought I would be. I might do another day of just Breath of the Wild all dungeons. But I also kind of feel like it could be fine.
Hey!
But yeah, it's like sub 4 is a little bit harder than I initially was thinking. Cause like, I don't know. If I get like a 230, well, I guess for each minute I lose. Let me see how do I rephrase this? I was gonna say for each minute I lose on Tears of the Kingdom, I have to play, you know, a minute better in Breath of the Wild, which is like, yes, thank you. That is how time works. But it's just that, like, you know, what an extra minute or so playing sub 130, and there's only so many of those before we hit my PB. So yeah, like if I get a really solid, you know, 231, I think we're fine. But if I play worse than that, then it'll be a bit tough. Hey, LM Jax, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What are you guys up to? Cozy, nice. That is what we like to hear. Oh, nice.
Ero sicuro. Immagino.
Legends Arceus, getting ready for Legends Za.
Dunque,
No, okay. I mean, that's fair.
puoi procurare.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I enjoyed it.
Restano ancora.
Definitely gets a bit grindy at times. I completed the Pokedex and got the shiny charm in that game. And it's got such a dumb
Restano ancora.
like the dex completion stuff. Having to use the same move a certain number of times. It's like, oh, use tackle 10 times. Like, sure. But then
Restano solo.
when you have to do it for every single Pokemon, it was... yeah, it's a little bit much. Strong style 70 times. You gotta make sure you're
Resta solo.
a master, you know? Yeah, it's a beak. Are you ready, Cell? I didn't, and I don't think I will, watch the Legend Za footage. I think it makes, or it would make it more fun if I didn't watch. You go in blind, or as blind as possible. But
Bravo. Ora guarda. Per ricon. So che ci.
I don't know, it's exciting seeing that there's new footage and people playing the demo.
Oh, osserva la mano. Stai sempre.
Okay, I got a little bit unlucky.
Ha una velocità spaventosa. Non farti sorprendere.
Released a teaser for a new Mega. Ooh. See, the thing is,
Stai
I haven't
attento a
looked,
quei pugni.
but I'm pretty
Farai
sure
anche
like
tu la mia
all
stessa
of the
fine.
Megas, hasn't it all been leaked? I wonder how much leaks impact the like hype going into the game's launch. New mega plushies, hold up. This page doesn't exist. What? Okay, wait. I can see it from the... Oh, that's weird. Oh, is it because... I see what happened. It's like I can see the preview when I hover over it, but then I click on it and it doesn't work. They do. Technically, I have a Flaffy now, but I don't have Mega Ampharos. See, I feel like it could be really cute. I've got the Ampharos plush that's like sleeping. The very small one. But to make that one Mega Ampharos, I feel like that would work very well. Yeah, sure. Available now. Interesting. I feel like Mega Altaria plush would probably be pretty good. It looks kind of spooky. Oh, I think I saw the image. There's something, it didn't look like a Pokemon game. Yeah, okay, I saw that. I guess we'll see. Ah, Cell, thank you for the gifted sub. Did I add icons to my splits? You knew? You noticed? I've been running like Tears of the Kingdom with split icons. I didn't even realize until before stream that I didn't have them for my all dungeon splits. Huge gold. But yeah, I had them because of Hundo, I guess. And because I added them to Tears of the Kingdom, I was like, oh, why not? The only one I had to like download was Thunderhelm because it apparently didn't have one.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm just using pistons like icons. Lionel.
Hey.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing. I gotta watch Ikuropon's run because I'm not exactly sure. Like, I know it's mostly just early game stuff that's been changed, but I'm gonna go take notes. But yeah, like not having that, for instance.
Detto piace. Prepara le frecce elettriche.
I don't think that works.
Lì, evviva! Ce l'hai fatta! Bravo! Ottimo, vinto!
All right. I wonder how much of the route I'm gonna remember. I would guess a decent chunk of it. Because, like, I'll find myself sometimes muscle memorying, like, just wind bombing around Hyrule. Be like, oh, I'd go this way because it's from Hundo. Okay. So See, like, this is crazy. Because if this split goes well,
Sei venuto
then I'm ahead.
in tal caso.
Which means that 129.13, that run had, like, so much time loss at the start. And so much time loss here. It's like, okay, you know, tomorrow if I just put together, you know, a half decent run, it's gonna be like a 127 for sure. And I could reset for like
Restano ancora.
I could reset for a bit before I would need to like actually finish a
Restano
run.
ancora. Bravo. Ora guarda per riconquistare coraggio.
Yo, it's a PD.
Restano solo due.
I don't think it's too bad. Like, there are a couple of things that I end up messing up, but for the most part, they're,
Resta solo un.
I would say, similar enough and different enough that, like, it's not a problem. The biggest thing is, like, the menuing, I think, and then whistle sprinting versus throw sprinting.
Attento a quella lancia. Può arrivare molto lontano. Adesso hai poco spazio di manovra. Fai attenzione.
So yeah, this should be decent. Probably saving like 50 seconds. Ah, yeah. I could see Hondo being a whole different,
Ti proteggerò io.
beast. Dude, Tears of the Kingdom changing this to be what is it? You regain stamina as you go up the waterfall. You can enter the waterfall at any point. Those are just nice changes. Like, imagine being able to wind bomb into the waterfall. That would just feel really cool. And then it would incentivize, like, you know, getting a high launch. So you don't have to climb the waterfall as much. Hello, ABC. What did you miss? The beginning of the speedrun? Get up track. Am I gonna submit for GDQ? Oh, did the submissions open? I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it is basically the same as Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, thank you, Misano. ZFG was talking about it today. It's in a moment. Or next month. I probably will, but I'll have to think about it a little bit more. Alright, that one's a much better wind bomb. And I barely saved time. That's fine. Is BLSS faster or cart slides? I think BLSS is. I don't know if the speed cap is the same in both, but I don't think you can hit the speed cap. In Tears of the Kingdom, where Breath of the Wild you need to make sure you're not hitting it. But yeah, like essentially BLSS, you're guaranteed to hit like max speed on a long enough slide, because you can just accelerate until you hit it, where cart slides you're like limited by I think it's like the speed at which the object can, or like the claymore can try and catch up to Link, something like that. Don't do that. Yeah, the lag might be especially bad because I'm I'm not playing on system memory. I'm playing on SD card because I had some issues with reinstalling the DLC. Through DVI. So I've just been playing without DLC ever since Hundo. Which, like, yeah, it doesn't really matter for the most part. If I were trying to, like, easy in all dungeons, I would be using my OLED. And I would be using my OLED, but I lent it out, so I'd have to, like, get that back. And I don't think it's, like, a big difference. It just makes it a little bit harder. How do I fly so fast? Using glitches. So there's a glitch called Bow Lift Smuggle Slide. There's that one, and a glitch called Wind Bomb. There's that one. How do I land my Wind Bomb so easily? A lot of practice. Yo, Smith, thank you for the 20-month resub. I appreciate that. Gordo, dude, I wish. This is pre-glow up. Here's the kingdom here. He definitely leveled up. Yeah, I used inventory slot transfer to duplicate fairies. So I've got like 400 probably. Why'd you do it? Yeah, so even if you walk, like I'm pretty sure even just walking full speed causes Yunobo to lag behind. Right, like I'm creating more distance between me and Yunobo just by walking. So it's a little bit a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, if he gets too far away, then then he'll just stop completely. Hey, J-Kid, thank you for the 1 year resub. I appreciate that. Yeah, this whole section is an auto-scroller. You can't do anything to really make it go faster. as far as we know. I think there's been multiple attempts to try and speed this up, involving like launching Nobo and stuff like that, but nothing super successful. I mean, honestly, like having infinite ancient arrows for this part helps, because now it's like a true auto scroller where I'm not gonna lose time. I just have to shoot these things. Where before, you would have to carry around a giant metal box and then smack the guardian. With it to kill it in one hit. And so, in moving the like the metal box, you could lose quite a bit of time. Oh, really, Onyx? That's a pretty cool strat. You just do the thing blindfolded. Yeah, I actually jumped forward in the video. Put it on 2x speed as well. Thank you for the good luck. What happens if you land on Rudania before you're supposed to? I assume it like pushes you away in some form, but I haven't tried. Either that or it doesn't have a hitbox. Cause like you can get to Mido while Mido is flying through the sky before doing the quest, but it's just like not actually there. It doesn't have any collision. But I assume that like Rudania is a little bit easier to get to, so they probably put a little bit more effort there. Ow. Okay, that's fine. Also, I think it's like if you were to launch Unobo to the final like cannon, I don't think that works. Like you can't skip cannons. Something like that. Yo, Jesse, thank you for the gifted sub. So yeah, it really is just you have to wait. But you know, there are worse things. No.
Restano Resta solo.
I think you got in, but I'm not sure.
Oh, osserva, ma non ha...
It definitely on my end looked like you did.
Attenzione allo spadone!
Yeah, like crouch in the door is amazing. I don't even remember what the puzzle is supposed to be. Oh, there's apparently some... strat here. With, what is it? Urbosa's Fury. That I could do, that I have not looked into. I guess it makes sense, right? Essentially, you just use Urbosa's Fury to knock him down immediately, instead of having to wait for the bomb. And then that means you only have 2 Urbosa's Furies, which means in the Calamity fight, if you don't get enough damage, it could be a little bit awkward, but I mean, it's faster, so.
Link.
You
Link.
gotta go for it.
Grazie per aver recuperato tutti i colossi sacri e liberato gli spiriti dei
You need
campioni.
to shoot a blue fire
Ora staranno
through the
aspettando il momento
door.
della tua
Right.
battaglia contro
That
Ganon
does
al
sound
castello
familiar,
di
yeah.
Erule. E poi, anche io ti aspetto.
Sure. Okay, 136. So, yeah, sure. Why not? Saving a little bit of time. I think that's supposed to be like a 128-ish. So I'm losing a decent chunk compared to like PB. Which is like definitely in part because of load. So like right there, I had enough damage to kill Calamity in only 2 Urbosa's Furies. And so I had a 3rd Urbosa's Fury that I could have used to
L'intero corpo di
like
Gaia
knock down
è pervaso da un rancore maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco.
Firelight. Nope.
Tenterò di contrastare questo
We're
rancore
4 minutes off.
ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link.
Wait, I'm kind of curious.
È la tua occasione. Ganon si sta indebolendo.
Yeah, I don't think you can hit all of them. What? If you could hit all of them, then people would have done that already. Alright. It is kind of fun that you can use Urbosa's Fury on this.
È il momento giusto. Funziona in difficoltà.
I wonder how far off it is. Because I guess like Dark Beast is pretty big. I think I underestimate the size of him just because of this fight is so simple.
Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto. Link, guarda la sua testa. Quel forza, Link.
Yo, a 128. Okay. See, what's funny is that this run has restored my confidence. Right? If that was a 128.57 with everything that happened, easy peasy. Yo, Marcus, thank you for the 500 bits. And yeah, thanks for the thank you for another 1,000 bits. Holy moly. Yeah. So my plan with Breath of the Wild runs is that right now this is in preparation for Breath of the Kingdom all dungeons. So it would be Breath of the Wild and then Tears of the Kingdom all dungeons back to back. But yeah, I do think after that, after I hit my goal with that time, I'm probably back to Breath of the Wild speedrunning for a bit. Do you use audio cues to know when to hit, or just Ganon's movement? It is audio cues, typically. For all dungeons, I don't actually have audio cues. Because you're not getting the Bow of Light. You're using Ancient Arrows, so like the audio cue would be different, and I just haven't bothered to figure it out. How are Switch 2 runs? It's kind of interesting. Basically, the Switch 2 is not... It's not like an upgrade for speedruns. It's kind of weird. So like this command, it kind of explains the Breath of the Wild like portions.
Ti ho osservato tutto questo tempo.
So yeah, generally
Il tuo destino,
it's gonna be
la
slower
tua sofferenza,
to speedrun on
le
Switch
tue
2.
battaglie.
other than... Yeah, it's a lot more like older runs.
Ho sempre saputo.
I have a couple Switch 2 runs uploaded on my channel, one of them being the like Switch 1 edition
Grazie.
played on a Switch 2, and yeah, that's basically just the old any percent route.
Ti ricordi? Ti ricordi di me?
But yeah, Breath of the Wild's nice. I'm a fan. But yeah, like if that was a 128, like dude. Losing so much time. Where is it? Where's the big time loss? Yeah, enter Mado. Should be super doable. Yeah, I feel like for me, I don't know how long it would take before it would kind of wear off, but doing runs of the old route is just super fun. Like, it definitely more fun for me than the BLSS route. But that's also like BLSS route, you know, I'd been doing for, I don't know, 3-4 years straight. So there's a buildup of frustration a little bit with it. And so going back to like the BTBs, the classics, the reason I learned the run, it's just nice. And it was more fun than I was expecting in that I do remember the BTB route being like, it was fun, but also it was kind of frustrating because it's so easy to mess up a BTB and then your run is actually just dead. Like, you lose so much time for missing the BTBs that sometimes felt a little bit random. Or like it'll be a frame perfect bullet time entry. But no, I was actually just loving it. And I don't know, I was pretty consistent. Master Mode Trial of the Sword is for sure one of the runs that I've done that like the most people want to watch, I guess. Or that people enjoy the most. Which, like, to be fair, it is a very good run. I understand why. Oh, have a good night, Jesse. It's kind of fun, yeah. not to spoil anything, but potentially cooking something up pretty soon. Oh, true. Yeah, regular master mode, any percent. I'm actually considering, cause what? TYTT, who is, one of the top any percent runners for Breath of the Wild, just got a run verified of Master Mode any percent Switch 2 edition, sub 27. So I know Huiwen was saying that a 26 was pretty doable. But yeah, I might try it out. We'll see. I gotta actually plan out what runs I want to do, because I feel like 2025 is kind of almost over. And for 2026, I want to do the Zelda 3D Zelda any percent challenge. Yeah, I mean there are a bunch of people though. Who deserve recognition for getting such good times. I mean, I think we almost have the top 10, right? Yeah, dude, one more person needs to get a 23, and then top 10 is all sub 24. That'd be sick. But yeah, sub 24 is such a big milestone. Definitely it takes a lot of a lot of practice and whatnot to get it. Marcus, thank you for another 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, Koroks. Yeah, he's definitely up there. I mean, he's still, I think, third. Yeah, he's still third place. Despite having not run the game in a while. But it just goes to show his run was super, super solid. What happened? I mean, he just takes breaks from speedrunning to focus on other things. Oh my goodness. Marcus, thank you for another 1,000 bits. What's up, Elias? But yeah, no, he just like he'll grind for a while, um, and then get burnt out. Take a break for a while and then come back. So I feel like that's pretty normal. Yeah, it's pretty easy to burn out when you're doing the same thing over and over. And yeah, it is in fact at the end of the stream. It's like a either a buffered SEW or there's like and maybe somebody linked me a video that I need to listen to. Like cheers to you from Mikey the other day. I do think that today was pretty productive. I mean, like, I think tomorrow we just send it, right? I'm a little bit worried that I'm gonna get like rusty with Tears of the Kingdom, all dungeons, but I don't know. I think we're probably fine. Probably good. Played Mario Kart 8 Deluxe competitive. Can only do it a couple days a week because it drains you. Yeah, yeah, for sure. And like competitive, you're competing with, um, like against other players and getting like placements where you're playing against like other good players. So that definitely seems tough. Which one is better speedrunning? I mean, my opinion is Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild clears. Like the way it kind of happened was the Breath of the Wild came out, picked it up because it looked like a really fun speedrun. It ended up being a really fun speedrun. And then it was like, oh, well, the sequel's coming out. So obviously I'm going to run that for the content and we'll see how it goes. It turned out to be pretty good for speedrunning. Like there's a lot of glitches, a lot of cool tech. Um, but yeah, I just don't find the glitches to be as fun for the most part. It also struggles with like being very cutscene heavy, which was already kind of a problem in Breath of the Wild, but Tears of the Kingdom they like turned it up a lot. So, and then the way the run is kind of structured in Tears of the Kingdom, the run is really difficult at the beginning. And so you end up just resetting over and over before getting to, for instance, I was just running all dungeons. So it's like you reset in the first 30 minutes for like 4 hours before getting a run that finally makes it past that point. And then you play out the rest. And it's the kind of run where, you make one small mistake and then you lose like over a minute, which sends you back to like the reset heavy intro. So it's like the way the kind of difficulty is spread out, I think is less fun. Which, like, I don't know, Breath of the Wild also has a very hard start. Like, the Great Plateau is definitely the hardest part of all dungeons, but I think it's much shorter. Also, thank you for another 1,000 bits. My goodness. I think Tears of the Kingdom beats Breath of the Wild's glitches in terms of power in every aspect. It's just that GSI is so long. Well, what do you mean by in terms of power? I guess like utility wise, Tears of the Kingdom glitches are like they'll complete your objective like faster. I could see that. I mean, like the only thing I would point to would be like IST, I guess. That for the most part you don't need that much duping, but IST is a more powerful like IST and weapon modifier corruption seem more powerful. But yeah, not better as in fun. I understand. Yeah, you just have so much more to work with. Like Breath of the Wild is surprisingly not, or it's surprisingly tame, I guess. That like a lot of the glitches took a while to find. Tears of the Kingdom is like immediately boom, everything's broken. You got like Zuggle. There's some crazy stuff, that's for sure. And then yeah, like cart sliding is super versatile. I would say like even more so than my equivalents would be like Pocket Rocket and Wind Bombs, I guess, would be somewhat equivalent. And then cart slides and BLSS would be equivalent, or ABCS if you are playing on 1.1. What is that? Uh, so it's there's another glitch called or there's another name for it. I think it's like a rocket boarding, which I haven't heard in so long. I actually remembered it because I was watching what was it? I think it was Point Crow's like Tears of the Kingdom Hundo playthrough video. And I completely forgot that that was a term for it. But yeah, essentially you get like infinite rocket boosts from a rocket shield so you can shield surf and then you'll get a boost. But then you put away the shield and immediately do it again. And so you're essentially just flying through the air with a rocket shield. So super broken, really fast for like short distance travel, but is a little bit slow for long distance travel, which is why it's like, yeah, cart slide is kind of like the BLSS of Tears of the Kingdom, but then yeah, it seems more versatile because you can like gain height and all that. Also, thank you for another 1,000 bits. Midair cart slides are the superior fast midairs. They do look really cool. Hmm. I don't know. There's like Well, there's a rat running around in the walls. Has been for a while, but like sometimes it just sounds so close. It's like there's no way this isn't in my room. And no, it's like it's not. So I don't know. Hey, what's up, Hitchnick? Yeah, this is not a world record. This is about 4 minutes off, which is like not too bad. This would net me 128.57. Oh, it's the same as last round. Essentially, this would be seventh on the leaderboard. Uh, yeah, Marcus, thank you for for another 1,000. How fast can BLSS get? Cart slide is 90. I think the speed cap is 100 meters per second. And so, yeah, it's 100. So yeah, if cart slide is 90, then technically it's faster, but or technically BLSS is faster, but not by that much. And then yeah, the extra ability to like have height gain in or like vertical component to it makes it more useful. Dude, if see the thing is like thinking about what if Breath of the Wild didn't have a speed cap? It would just be it would just be so bad, right? Wouldn't that be toxic? Cuz then then you have to flick forever until you're at I mean like there I guess it's not that you wouldn't have a speed cap, like there would presumably be a point where you can't go any faster, but I guess no hard speed cap. But you'd have to like flick the whole time, which sounds terrible. And I'm glad there is a speed cap. But yeah, in like Tears of the Kingdom, because it's not nearly as physically demanding to like build speed, sure, why not? Let's see how fast it can go. Tried it once and couldn't gain speed. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. You gotta get the technique right. Otherwise, yeah, you won't go very fast. Dude, it's like, it sounds like it's right there, but I don't think it is. Yeah, right? Like, at some point, you're gonna be going too fast. So, there wouldn't be like a hard speed cap, but, or rather, an explicit speed cap. It's just at a certain point, the game won't be able to handle it. It's kind of like, I don't know, can't you like go too fast in Wind Waker with super swimming and then it just crashes the game? I'm thinking something like that. All right, but I think it's time to send you guys off to Slippery Nip for some 16-star grinding. I don't think I've seen him live in a while. But I feel like I remember him mentioning he was moving, so maybe that's why. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you all for watching. Much appreciated. There will be more Breath of the Wild tomorrow. I am thinking I might just send it and we do Breath of the Kingdom all dungeons, which would be Breath of the Wild into Tears of the Kingdom. So I don't know. The goal is sub 4. I think it could be doable, but it depends on how good of a Breath of the Wild run I can get. With like not that much practice. So we'll see. Also, the raid message will be good luck, cat baby. Like so. I think he's warming up right now, but the game order will be Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Because if you do it the other way, you lose time. But yeah, catch you guys later. Bye.